Hmm. Woo! I said the hate is gonna hate, 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 hate. Oh, D, my man. What's up, Corey? How we doing, brother? Yeah, I tried to mention, I don't know if everyone's in the Discord, but I mentioned Spy QQQ calls before. Look at that. Bouncing back nicely. I said hate is gonna hate, 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 hate. As much as I hate that chick, that is the one song that is extremely applicable in the moment. I said, hate is gonna hate, 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 hate. I'm doing well, Killian. You know why? Because I live for this shit. I live for this shit. Honest calls. Hey. Yeah, I actually didn't even look at it, honestly. No pun intended. Oh my. What I say, right? What I said that's not bad. They know they can't take it lower. There you go. There you go. Hey, listen though, listen. I can't get too excited and act like I did my job well, Carlos, because I just got lucky again, you know? Again. Again. Right? I just got lucky, man. Wow, man, that is a massive compliment. Thank you so much, brother. Again, no disrespect to them, but I appreciate that. That just made my day right there. Outstanding. Outstanding. Yeah, I had a good feeling about that one. I'm glad you jumped in. Glad it worked out well for you. Fantastic. Another good day all around. We got options working out. Look at this. Look at this. Highs of the day. Highs of the day now. 605. Up almost 15%. They were worried. They were worried. I immediately addressed the oh my god, give me the word. Offering. I immediately addressed the offering, right? Spoke, gave my opinion about the situation, and what happened? Like a charm, baby. Worked out like a charm. The stock dipped, what, like 5%? And now, boom. As predicted, a nothing burger. I tweeted out also. I said, oh, Hgraf down 5%? Tells me all I need to know, baby. Bro, I'm telling you, $8 Canadian, next stop. And you notice, the higher it goes, the more people try to give me shit in the comments. In case you guys haven't been paying attention. I've been laughing my ass off the last couple of days. Responding to these frickin' pikers. Yes, I said piker again. If you're offended, call human resources. I said, hate is gonna hate, 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 hate. Good times, baby. Good times. SPB. Yeah, you mentioned CNXC. I didn't. Sorry. Like I said, I've been taking care of things. I had to run out before. Oh yeah, it was up nice. Whew. From 31 to 3460 real quick. Look at that right out of the gate. That's what I mean. This is another one, right? There's another one. It's like, again, it's like you get some rocky reports here and there, right? You're getting some rocky reports here and there. But again, this is why when I spoke about it, like here, looking at the numbers, the stock is technically undervalued. And I know people keep, I say that about a bunch of names, and as we know, they don't explode the next day after I give my opinion, right? If I was able to control that, I'd be retired within 30 days, right? So, it is what it is. We know what we know. And, again, remember, just because I say I like it doesn't mean you got to take a position. That's okay. That's okay. The problem is, though, if and when, most of the time, they work out, then I usually end up saying, I told you so, right? Then everyone's like, shit, yeah, you talked about it, I didn't buy it, oh, what's the next one? There you go, S little bounce back. Again, we got earnings in about 2 weeks. Looking for about 271 million. Up. I'm telling you, this is going back up to the line and back into the triangle. And probably back up to this trend line, in my opinion. Right? Because here, when we did it, we were supposed to pop up and break out. In my opinion. Whatever you do with that information is entirely your own prerogative. Here we go, SPY. Here we go. You know what I deserve? I deserve an herbal refreshment. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. If only they put their pride in their back pocket, stopped worrying about bringing me down a peg, keeping me honest, right? All the dumb shit that they're trying to explain to me. If only they shut the fuck up and listened, they would be up huge. Instead, they want to piss and moan. Oh, bro, you're not that good. You just got lucky. Stop telling people you're awesome, bro. You're not that guy. And remind you, I've been doing this for almost 5 straight years, and I have never applied any sort of monthly fee or any charge. Again, I always said we could do it on a reciprocal basis, right? You guys, you can take my analysis, you can take my trade opinions. If they happen to work out, you're able to send a few bucks down the road. I'm more than fine with that, which is why I never started charging monthly. Now, mind you, I've been doing that for 5 years, essentially free of charge, and we're all on different time frames, right? So, again, I have people in Europe who message me 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. And they have a problem with their portfolio. They have a question about their account. They want to know, how do I feel about this stock they're looking at? And I make myself available 1, 2 in the morning if I see it, if I have the energy to talk to you. Everyone else, they clock out 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Their day's over. You message them. If you have an emergency, you're screwed. No one's there to help you. Right? And I've been offering that for 5 years without charging monthly. And that's why for anyone to even have the audacity to try to bring me down, oh, you got lucky, you're not that good, that should be saved and reserved for literally every single other finance person in the world. Because I'm literally doing it differently than them and trying to give you, like, the bigger half, so to speak. And there you go, new all-time highs. New all-time highs. As I'm fucking explaining myself. New all-time highs. I'm getting lucky.
That was easy. 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 That was easy.
You're fucking A right it was. Fucking pikers. Fucking pikers. Don't mind me. Don't mind me, community. I'm just sitting here getting lucky. Why does it taste so sweet? You know what? I deserve an herbal refreshment. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Absolutely. Definitely deserve an herbal refreshment. Well earned. I deserve my mortgage paid off. How about that? Right? But that's okay. I don't want to go too much down that rad. But the stock is climbing, though, and we do have people on record saying they bought a bunch back at like 10, 20, 30 cents. And I remember a bunch of you were laying out the calculations like, oh, if this gets to like $16, I'm going to be a millionaire. Bah, bah, bah. So if this does do what we expect it to do, I mean, what do I deserve? What am I worth? And people try to bring me down again. All I ever wanted was to get more attention on social media so that they would pay me more money and I would not have to take your money. That's all I ever asked for. And people still, after 5 years, trying to talk shit, keep me down, tell me I'm lucky. It's just wild, man. It really is, man. Meanwhile, if I went on Fiverr and found some 20-year-old tech schmuck, he could have worked the algorithm and made fancy thumbnails and, you know, I'd be at 100,000 subscribers. But it wouldn't be real. Do you understand? Those numbers you see are not real with these other people. And we're here, whatever, 7,000, 7,140 subs. Let me tell you something. I'm damn proud of that number. I'm damn proud of that number. And I do know that every single individual in that number is real and organic. No bots. My family members don't know my channel. They're not subbed. They're not helping. You know, I didn't ask them, oh, help me out. Nope. No friends, no family. %100 pure organic growth. And that's what I mean. Again, not to be a cocky schmuck, but you look at Roaring Kitty, you look at these other people. They nailed one stock call, they got a million followers. All right. All right, that's fine. Now it's my turn. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying to the world. Now it's my turn. Now it's my turn. Also, we have a bunch of other names that I personally gave my seal of approval on in the past that are just continuing to grow, continuing to hit new highs as we speak, not just Hgraf. Which again is why I say you have to trust the process. Every time the pikers come out to play, we get rewarded. Which is why I have fun with them. You know, they think they're getting to me. They think, oh yeah, I gotta talk shit to this guy, let him know he's not that good. You have no idea how entertaining it is for me. You have no idea. Like, I have literally fired clients that paid me commission for less. Right? That's what I mean. Anything these people say to me, it bounces off me so fast I can't even explain it to you. I can't even explain it to you. They think they're getting to me. Meanwhile, right? Killian could attest, right? We nailed the trade before. There you go. He already made money. That's what I mean. If I was charging even $10, $20 a day, a couple $100 a month, there you go. He made it back already. He made it back already. And the more they piss and moan about Hgraf, the higher it goes. So, let them keep coming. Let them keep coming. Bring them in here. Bring them in here. Like I said, if you're able to actively trade, like Killian, Deli in here, Lucio, I know he got a new job, but Lucio was very active. That's what I mean. Like every day, every other day, these guys would be like, oh, great call. I made X amount of dollars. I made X amount of dollars. That's why. It's $200 a month, $300 a month. Y'all can make that back probably within a day or two. As I said, man, I can't do it for you. There's only so much I can do. And I posted before, there was that one channel, the guy had like 4 split screens, and it was like a scanning channel. There was a picture of his cat over here. And then I look, and he has 400 people watching the channel, right? And we have 15 right now. So he gets 20 times my average daily viewers, and it's not even an interaction channel, right? He's just sitting there, has screens up. 400 people watching. 400. Meanwhile, Hgraf is up over 4,000%. So that's why I always say, man, I don't know, like the word is not spreading, people haven't found me, or people don't know who to watch. because they are missing one hell of a ride and one hell of a party, man. And I just hope it doesn't get to the point to where I end up doing very well for myself and may not want to make helping everyone a priority anymore. And of course, as we know, the way the universe works, that's when people are going to come out of the woodwork and tell me a sad story, something unfortunate that happened. Oh, yeah, I'm down to like 20K. I really need your help. Please. Because that's the way it happens. Spark 'em if you got 'em. Check my account, see if I'm rich. Slowly but surely. Yeah, don't worry about it, Odd D. Don't worry about it. Slow and steady wins the race, baby. Up, first time viewer. Okay. Hey, Hgraf chain. Yeah, awesome, brother. Awesome. Glad you're involved. Glad it's working out. Happy to have you. Bro, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. You're seeing it in real time. I was screaming from a mountaintop that they were suppressing that stock for how long? They continued to beat it up, continued to make it new lows. Then JP Morgan might buy them out, then Stripe might buy them out. Oh yeah, wait, no, that wasn't real, bro. I'm telling you, in my opinion, there is value there. But as we say, sometimes they just don't work out. The market has other plans. Or sometimes they take longer than we would like them to, right? And again, that's why I say, when you're in that situation, you know, can you stay disciplined? Long time listener, first time caller. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. I'm waiting for PayPal to pop. And when it does, it'll be glorious. It's funny too because, right, we heard they might get bought out, we heard there might be interest. Now all of a sudden they're like, oh no, there's no interest. And now I'm telling you, I'll burst out laughing if, like, you know, next Tuesday they get like a $60 bid. And then, you know, someone else is like, oh no, we'll give you 68. And then someone's like, oh no, we'll give you 75. Right? Right? I'm telling you, it can happen. I have seen much, much crazier shit than that. So if you think that can't happen, you're crazy, man. Thoughts on Baba? Yeah, I always said Baba was like one of the few companies over there that was fundamentally sound. Yeah, now we're back up to about 150. Yeah, it was like here. It was like here where I was talking about Baba, saying technically, fundamentally, it looks strong. That's why I love YouTube, baby. That's on record somewhere back there. We were talking about that back at 70, 80, and someone even asked about it, maybe like over here or something. This is why this trend line's here, right? Because I was nice enough to, give my analysis for free without charging every month. Make sure to like the stream. And I drew out this trend line for them and explained that, it's going to keep going up in my opinion or whatever the hell. And then, I don't know. Maybe it was like back here or something. I don't know. I'd have to check the DMs. But like I tell you guys, bro, I do so much for people. I look at so many stocks people ask me to. I come up with so many ideas. I've made so many calls in the past. And I'm being 100% honest. People come out of the blue. And they're like, oh yeah, you nailed the call with that one stock. I listened to what you said, and it's like exactly what happened. And then I bought down there, and then it went up there like you said it would. It was crazy. I made huge money, bro. Thank you so much. And I'll be like, bro, I don't even remember looking at that stock. Right? But yet somehow I was 100% correct, nailed the analysis, and you made money. Right? Awesome. Awesome. All I'm saying is down the road, when you can, one hand washes the other. That's all I'm saying. Hey, Lace, hope you feel better, sweetie. Me too, actually. Me too. I feel terrible. I feel absolutely terrible. I think there's definitely something going around. Definitely fighting something right now. And of course, I kept going out, shoveling snow out of the freaking way and shit. That definitely didn't help. Didn't have my herbal refreshment yesterday. That definitely didn't help. Got like 4 hours of sleep. That's it. It's going around again. Round two. Round two. Well, the one good thing is, even though it will suck if they shut everything back down, and it will probably mentally destroy a bunch of people again. But the one good thing is, that ain't gonna stop us or slow us down, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, nah. Even if they tried to scare again with some new strain, and I don't think Trump would let it happen. Thank you, Lacey. If you are just joining us, Hgraf to the moon, Alice! To the moon! Bang, zoom! I still can't believe the first video was at like 10 cents. I still can't get over that. And again, like I said, if you want to, take a shot and start speculating with some more of these OTC stocks, again, I don't mind looking at them. But as I said, we're going to inverse. We're going to inverse our success rate, right? Now we may only be correct like 20, 30% of the time instead of 70 or 80% of the time. You know what I'm saying? Just because it's how it is. Something like MMA, right? What about that stock? Remember that one? I know a couple of people jumped in. MMA. Again, perfect example, right? Yeah, we found it, it was right around $1. Right? Now, technically, not much negative has happened, but the stock's down 50%. You know what I mean? So it's like, they could work out, but a lot of times they don't work out, and usually immediately, if you notice, they end up going down before they go up for you, even if you pick a winner, right? So that's what I mean. It's really a kind of a different type of game, and I don't mind doing it, but if you want me to do it, the success rate will take a hit. That has to be on record. Because if all of a sudden I start picking trash penny stocks, you know the haters are going to come out and say, wow, this guy's terrible. How much money have you lost, everyone, in the last 3 months? You know what I'm saying? And again, I technically don't have to hear or deal with that bullshit again. Picking stocks like SB again, new high, 652. Dubs in the chat. Dubs in the chat. Let's look at Coke. Let's look at Coke. Oh, look at that. New all-time highs, 205 a share. 205 a share. Now we go back. Now we go back. Oh, look. Everyone said they were going to buy it post-split at $100 a share. Well, guess what? If you did, inside of what? The last 7-8 months, you are now up over 100% with dividends. Crazy, right? Crazy. Took less than a year for me to double your money, right? Crazy. It's just me getting lucky again. Bro, I'm so lucky, man. I must be Irish. They lied to me when I was born. I must be Irish. S&P tightening, ready to go even higher. You're welcome. SPY calls, QQQ calls, both up. Both mentioned on stream, both mentioned in the Discord. Again, I didn't charge you for that, right? That's what I mean. I don't charge. And then they try to give me shit in the comments. Such a shame, man. Never thought I'd see the day. I really never did. It's pretty quiet in here for a Hgraf party. Was everyone out there meeting Kevin? I wonder how many hands that guy has shaken over his lifetime. Yeah, man, the food. They can't keep the food down. They can't keep that is domestic. That is domestic produce. You understand? Value. Value. In my opinion. Yeah, hey, more power to them. And these people who think they're real estate gurus make me laugh too. It's like you're literally playing right into their hands. You're literally playing right into their hands. And people didn't even realize it. Yeah, get 2 treat properties, take out loans against them, buy 6 more, rent them out, take 6 loans, 12 loans against those, buy 10 more properties, flip them. You are literally adding to the problem. And you don't even realize it. Don't get me wrong, I agree. Like these hedge funds and shit should not be involved in residential housing. I agree with that. But some of these individuals are not helping the situation either. Oh, baby. Let him watch. Let him watch. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. That's not how they're gonna do it. It's gonna be like from here. It's gonna be from here. Yeah. Yep. $6.5 Canadian incoming. Incoming. Ain't nothing but a G thing, baby. PayPal calls, man. I'm telling you, buy that dip. Buy that dip. Right? See, they again, they have a day like today. So everyone jumps ship because they think it's hopeless. Right? Now, in my opinion, see, now, if you're smart, believe it or not, in my opinion, if you're talking about being like a true, like, scumbag businessman, you call them up right near the close. You make a bid going into the close. You make a bid for 420, 430 even. You know what I'm saying? If you were smart. If you were smart. That's how I would do it. Which is why I say, again, you might think I'm crazy. I think PayPal calls here, man. And again, if you want to, play a little rebound and buy tomorrow to make a couple of bucks quick, understandable. If you want to buy, a month or two out and wait for that possible announcement, that's understandable as well. Again, however much time you want to take, your call on how you want to play it. But in my opinion, I think both. I think it's going to rebound here in the last hour and probably tomorrow. And longer term, I personally think there's value there. PayPal, same thing. Looks like it's setting up an ascending triangle, in my opinion. HG. Potential ascending triangle. Also, as RD stated, potential cup and handle. So let's see what happens here. Still above moving average. Still above previous fib level. Oh. Oh, man. Watch this. Watch this. We're over 2 times average daily volume already on Hgraf. See, a lot of people may have been worried about the offering, but they forgot one very crucial thing. Can't keep a good man down. Woke up feeling like dog shit, too. Turning out to be a pretty good day. Holy shit, Cole, you're alive? Like the Asian from the Black Lagoon over there, this guy. I'm telling you, they forgot what happened. I'm telling you. That's why, again, shout out to Nick. Shout out to our boy Nick. Posted the article. We were looking at it, going through it, and he reminded everyone, said, hey, they did this last time, and it got gobbled up, and it hit new highs afterwards. Oh, what do you know? Cole Baker, my man, shout out. How about that, Cole, huh? You want to talk about your timing? How about you join, and we hit a new all-time high? How about that? How about that? Yeah, hold on, I got something for you.
That was easy. That was easy. That was easy.
You're fucking A-right, it was. It was a tiny little baby handle. You see, look, it came up. Oh, look, baby handle. Boom. It's a little baby. Button, button, who's got the button? It's a Hgraf party! It's a Hgraf party! LAC still holding 5. Wow, look at DraftKings up almost 1.5%. Look at that, huh? That's crazy. That's the first time in a while that I said DraftKings calls and it actually started climbing and like made money kind of right away. That's crazy. It's been a while. Bro, why don't you go touch a frying pan or something, all right? This kid with the cups and the handles. Listen, buddy. Don't reinvent the wheel over there, all right? Just keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing. We just had this conversation. Now look at you. Look at you, huh? What do I say about discipline, huh? You lack discipline. Yeah, we know what we know, baby. What was the EPS? I didn't. Whatever. Who cares? Fuck you too, buddy. Lady in red is dancing with me. Uh, uh, uh-huh. SLV calls, in my opinion. Back above that trend line. Again, I said it here, but... Eh? Eh? SLV calls, in my opinion. Damn, look at all those lines. Hold on, I gotta type it over in the Discord. Oh, I hit the... Yeah, had a feeling. Sell H calls. Had a feeling. Oh, someday I get a good feeling. Wait, let me check. What's that? Like 106, 178, 178, 25, 25. It's coming, Odd D. Don't worry about it. PayPal on the phone? Yep. There you go. It's like a gift, really. You know what's funny? I bought that spy call earlier at probably the absolute worst freaking time of the day. And I'm like break even now. Been holding the some bitch for hours. I'm break even. I tell you, man, I don't know why I try to trade myself. I just need to sit here, do my job, be entertained, and have a good time. Enjoy the Hgraf party, of course. And you know, I just gotta start buying ETFs, honestly. Honestly. Right? And that's another good incentive too, right? I mean, I could just focus on my job. I can give you guys 110%. I'm not trying to trade myself. I'm just taking care of you, and then you make a couple of dollars, and then you know you send a little donation down the road, and you know, like we'll just do it that way, and that way everybody wins. And also, if we have a bad month, you're not on the hook for anything. Do you understand? In my mind, that seems like a pretty kick-ass, you know, a pretty kick-ass plan. But I don't know, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. SLV calls, in my opinion, you go light tomorrow, you go heavy next Friday. Or Wednesday, next Wednesday. Hey, Skells, what's up, kid? How we doing, baby? Hey, Big Lou. Yeah, baby, we're having an Hgraf party. We're winning across the board, baby. We got index calls up, PayPal calls up within a few minutes. We got DraftKings calls up. That's even more impressive. If you've been here, if you know, you know. And of course, we have Hgraf hit new all-time highs. Bro, Delhi, I'm telling you, bro, we said DraftKings calls, and then the stock was up 1.5%. It was crazy. Crazy. Never thought I'd see the day. Chili's baby back rib. Chili baby back rib. Barbecue sauce. I said it once, I'll say it again. $8 Canadian incoming, in my opinion. Said it once, I'll say it again. Bring all the hobbyists and finance and crypto bros in here that charge you for courses and trades and discords. Bring them in here and let them watch. Let them watch. That's all right, Skulls. I know who you are, bro, all right? Just focus on that edification, bro. Don't worry about it. Exit strategy for what? Oh. Like I said, bro, fuck GME. This is real. That's the difference. Fucking GameStop. I still can't believe that, bro. I still can't believe it. I really still can't believe that whole GameStop situation. Because in hindsight, again, I know a lot of you may not believe me. In hindsight, I was there. I saw the float was 100+% on GME, and I mentioned it to the analyst. And it's just wild that apparently if I quit the firm and left the firm immediately and jumped on X and Reddit, I would have had millions of followers. That's wild. That's wild to me. Nope, someone's gonna buy that dip. Someone's gonna buy that dip. Someone's gonna buy that dip. Don't make a liar out of me. Wow. You son of a bitch. Yeah, where'd he get the 50K? Oh, there you go. We were off a little bit. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Like I said, I want to know where he got the money. Everyone has that story too. Everyone, just remember, if my rich uncle or my daddy gave me 40 or 50K, I'd have $2 million right now in Hgraf. I want proof of where he got that 50K. Because every single story I hear like that, oh yeah, my father left me something, my uncle gave me some money, I told my brother I like stocks, he gave me 20 grand. I want to know where he got that 50K. If it was on him, then I got nothing to say. I'm man enough. I got nothing to say. Well freaking done. If that was his money that he built up and pushed all the chips into GME, well done. If the story is anything other than that, he got blessed. Uh, I mean, hey, listen, I mean, that's fine. More power to him. But that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't matter. I was a broker. I didn't have much money. Um, no, that's true. It's not that far-fetched at all. Um, well, my question is this too. How old was he? How long was he a CFA? I honestly don't know anything about him. What's up, Jesse? How you doing, brother? This actually almost looks like a Head and Shoulders setting up for the S&P right now. You may want to consider spy puts here, in my opinion. Spy puts, I think you might be able to scalp over the next 10-20 minutes. It looks like the dollar is dropping, but it also looks like the S&P is setting up for a drop as well, in my opinion. Yeah, man, I saw you say that, man. I'm really sorry to hear that. My prayers are with you, brother. Wishing you a nice, healthy, speedy recovery. Stay strong. All right, so yeah, I guess yeah, if he was able to if he was in the industry, I guess for that many years and he was on a salary, I guess it's definitely feasible that he was able to save up roughly 50K. And yeah, I mean, yeah, if that was all or like, even like half of his portfolio and he piled it into GME, then I give credit what credit's due. I give credit what credit's due. Take back everything I said about him. I will say though, I still stand by that point of listen. Again, great call by him. Hats off, well done. But I mean, we're doing it too. So that's all I'm saying. If he got that attention, I should get that attention too. That's all I was saying. But good on him. Good on him. If that was his money and a big chunk and he got it right, good for him. Hey, much love, brother. Thank you, thank you. Hey, hey, what do you say? Let's PLAY play! Alright, so yeah, again, much respect to the roaring kitty, but where's my movie? Yes, no, unfortunately, you are not allowed to play any music. Any, bro, you know what's crazy? I had X open on the other screen, and we were sitting here, and I was scrolling through X, and a song popped up. It literally lasted like 2 seconds. Do you know I ended the stream, and within like 2, 3 minutes, I had a message on my YouTube page like, oh yeah, this cannot be monetized, copyright issues. You believe that? I had to click on the option to mute the sound of it in the background for about 2 seconds. And mind you, this was like a 3 hour stream we did the other day. So yes, unfortunately, but listen, I know how to get around this issue, okay? I know how to get around this issue. We have to succeed together. I need to build up my own capital. Then what I can do is I can have multiple setup points and mics and cameras set up around the entire house. And then what I'll do is I'll get a band started in the basement. All right? And we'll stream from the basement. And then when shit starts rocking and rolling, we're going to start rocking and rolling. You know what I'm saying? No copyright issues at all, right? And that's how you get around it. Real life rock band. Um, yeah, possibly, but like I don't know if there's a break point, you know what I mean? If we're like blasting multiple songs for like 10, 12 minutes, like I don't know if you're able to mute that long of an amount, you know what I mean? I mean, it's not a huge deal, sad to say, because I'm only making like a couple of bucks each stream. But at the end of the day, screw them. We don't need their music, and it's my money. They don't deserve my money. So you saw two things here. You saw two things here. First of all, this pattern was 40% complete, and I predicted the triangle, and that's coming to fruition. To fruition, right? That's first of all. That's first of all. So I'm a fucking G, right? Second of all, just a quick ask. Did I say 6.5 Canadian? Or did I say 6.5 Canadian? Show some love for the Canadians in the chat. Oh, man. Just another day of being a lucky son of a bitch. Love, love, love. Uh, have you looked at Revolve recently? No, I saw it on the list. There were so many names though. I mean, I threw out my predictions and there was like 50 names. So like I didn't want to do like every single freaking stock, you know, but yeah, no, I had a feeling they're a tech stock, right? Semiconductors, I think I saw. Like I saw it in passing. I probably would have said calls, but again, there's just so many names. More spy puts. Wow, really? It bounced up like that? Because you see, like if you draw the line down across, you could see it kind of looked like the head and shoulders setting up. However, though, that is silly of me because we've had terrible success rate with the head and shoulders pattern. So, yeah, see, that was here, and we had that double bottom, and and look, now we're spiking up. Look, see what I mean? See the way they freaking play with it? Oh, it's not certain, but that's my call. Like, muck. Should be two more cuts. Should be 2 to 3 more cuts, actually, in my opinion. Like I said, they're still playing White House political games, which is sad, honestly. Trump's out here going to work. Gotta give him credit. Oh, man. Hey, Big Nick, what's up, baby? Happy Thursday. Yeah, I actually would. I still say spy puts. I don't know why. Take a look at my girlfriend. She's the only one I got. None but your girlfriend. Never even get along. Back on Hgraf. Oh my goodness. This thing, it's amazing, right? Because I feel like ever since it broke up above those previous highs of whatever it was, like 30 cents or something, right? It's like it consistently sets itself up into these bullish patterns. You know, it always wedges and then pops. It always ascending triangle and then pops. And, you know, it comes up and then look, it channels down and now it's popping up again. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's insane. And again, like I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but holy shit, this is definitely the best call I've ever made in my entire life. That's full disclosure. I mean, again, I did mention back in the day, I was talking to everyone at the firm about Nvidia, 8, 10, $12 back in like I don't even know what year that was, 2012, 2013. Again, I know that's hard for you to believe, but obviously long term that has been just a ridiculous return. But if we're talking again, we're talking in this market, again, mind you, this is, as I said, fake bullshit market, right? I'm dealing with overvalued tech plays and all this bullshit. And look what we found. Look at the growth we're seeing here in this situation. Technically, not much has been announced yet. Technically, not much has been announced yet. And this is all happening, like, within the last, like, what, 6 months or some shit? This is insane. Yeah, imagine having options. Even when like it broke up to $1 and you bought like two and a halves or something. Next thing you know, the frickin' thing's at 4. Wild. And I remember when the Nvidia money started coming in because I told them this was my thinking at the time. Again, I know. Again, it might be hard to believe, but my thinking at the time was I had a buddy of mine, and we were essentially gaming buddies. We used to play like Diablo, CS together, and he told me, he said, "Oh, I'm upgrading my whole computer." I said, "Why? What's going on?" Because there was a little bit of a dull phase almost at that time with PC, where consoles made the comeback. I think that was maybe around like PS3-ish or something, maybe. I don't know, man. I'm so bad with time. I have no idea where I am anymore. But anyway, he told me, "Oh, StarCraft 2 is coming out. Everyone's upgrading their PC. There's the company that makes the graphics cards, Nvidia." This is a true story. Went back, stock was trading at like 8.5. They had just brought it down to like new lows or something like that. The 52-week range, I think, was maybe like 7 and change to, I want to say like 25 or something. I talked about it to everyone at the firm. They were like, "Bro, you don't know what you're talking about, blah, blah." I was like, "Yo, I'm telling you, short term, this revenue, this money is going to come in because everyone's upgrading their PC for these new games coming out. And longer term, it's only going to get better because we continue to keep improving the graphics. And this stock technically is still a baby. This is the one you want to buy. This is the one you want to get in now." They all said I was crazy. Long story short, I think 6 months later, just a couple of quarters later, the stock was up to like 26.5, made new 52-week highs. And within 6 months, again, the stock was up like 220%. They were all busting my balls. Literally, this is a true story. They were all busting my balls. "Oh, yeah, when'd you say to buy Nvidia? Yeah, yeah. When would you have sold it?" Blah, blah, blah. Busting my balls. And now look. And now look. That's why they could literally pull up to my house in a freaking yacht that they bought and try to say anything to me that they want. And all I have to respond with is, "How's Nvidia doing?" CEO at the White House? Yeah, that's definitely a good sign. So the same thing with Intel, right? So the same thing with Intel. That's why I said, what? I said the country won't let it fail. Then all of a sudden he calls out the CEO. The CEO goes to meet him. "Oh, yeah, he's a great guy. We're doing big things." Boom. They take a 10% stake. The stock goes to 50. Right? Revolve fashion retailer. Okay. Like Elf 5 years ago. Oh, okay. Okay. Did we say 6.5 Canadian? Or did we say 6.5 Canadian? All right, I'll look at this one quick for you. You know I spoil you. Okay. Back to our starting point. Yeah, nice quarter. 1.8. It's not too bad. My question is, where do they make their clothes? All forward. Yeah, never heard of this company. California, of course. It amazes me how high taxes are in California, yet all these companies based out of California. Yes, she was. Probably showing Trump her Instagram. Mr. Eugene Schwartz. Hello, hello. Welcome to the Hgraf party. We have balloons, we have party hats. Alright, so... Alright, we just finished 25. Brought in about 1, 2. Just want to check that debt. Yeah, again, Chris, where do they make their clothes, brother? That's what we need to know. I'm assuming more and more women are talking about it and spreading the word. Oh yeah, nice. Brought the debt down. Brought the debt down about 20%. 300 mil cash on hand. Half a mil equity. Income continuing to grow despite tariffs, though. I'm assuming this is done overseas. Share count not moving. Share count not moving. It's because it's apparel. That's why it's not up more. Yeah, again, I mean, I don't know where. I don't know where it's made, but this is actually in my 1, 2, so that's 129. Plus that is 179. Plus the cash is 209. So this is technically, in my opinion, roughly 10% below its fair value. Which means that if we do like this, and then you gotta do like this. And you see this long-term symmetrical triangle. Technically, in my opinion, even with the 8% bump, the market cap is undervalued again by at least 10%. So, in my opinion, probably could easily go back to the top of this range here at 30. I don't know if it'll break out, though. Because, again, they might keep it in the range at least for another 1 to 2 quarters. But technically, in my opinion, based off of what I'm seeing, pending no overreaction in their fundamentals pertaining to tariffs, and if they remain popular and revenue continues to roll in, then in my opinion this stock is going to break up and out at least to there, which is going to be 41.5. But then it goes to there. So this is, in my opinion, this is a $50 stock. Shout out to Chris. Revolve RV LV. One to keep an eye on. Again, potential diversification there. This is a internet apparel women's retail. SB Newhouse. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Don't mind me, Chad. I'm just in here getting lucky. I'm up on that to the sun. I'm up on that to good fun. I'm up on that to get lucky. Holy DraftKings. Highs of the day. Highs of the day. Yeah, see, it popped up and then it kind of, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It looks weak, man. It looks weak. I feel like they're going to bring it down and like retest 6,900 and yeah, I don't know. I don't know. If you did jump in puts, again, you're probably not seeing much action, so only 10 minutes left. You know, if you want to close it out, your call. Oh, excuse me. Scalp 10% on the put. Hey! Yeah, see, that's what I mean. That's why when you tell people, like, oh, yeah, 200 a month, 500 a month. Again, for these other jerk-offs, I understand if you're like, get the hell out of here. I ain't giving you 300 a month. Right? Again, me, maybe a little bit different. Maybe a little bit different. But either way, 2, 3, 500 a month, 10, 20, 50 a day it costs. As you can see, like, the trades are here. The trades are here. And for the most part, we are right more than we're wrong, even on the short-term trades, let alone the long-term investments, which obviously the list of winners just continues to pile up. But that's why, I mean, even if I was charging you $50 a day, it's like, if you were here and like paying attention and you were able to run a couple of trades and you were active, that really should be no problem. That really should be no problem. And even if it was 200-300 a month, it's like, you should be able to make that back within like a couple of days, honestly. If not a week. Right? They used to say, back in the day, they used to say, you're in a good place financially if you make your rent in a week. Right? Now look at what I bring to the table, and whatever, if I charge 200-300 a month, if you make the fee back in a week, then it's advantageous. But I know not everyone does options. People have bad habits, maybe they start to get anxiety if they see it go down, so they panic, they sell right away, they buy and then they sell right away, so believe me, I know how it is, but I only really started doing the short-term trading as the cherry on top of the sundae. That's the truth. I don't even mind doing it, because at the end of the day, it's calls like Hgraf that are showing who's who in my business. That's all it comes down to. It's my buddy Punjabi over there. That's the fucking Arabian Night we got in the chat. The good thing is, I've technically helped so many people, apparently, at all corners of the globe, that if for any reason all hell breaks loose across this earth, and I have to go into the ocean on a craft and end up washing up on the shores of Asia somewhere, apparently, I may have friends there. Oh yeah, do we have any earnings, by the way? We got like 7 minutes. Sitting here telling stories to you people like fucking Aesop. Yeah, there's only 179 companies reporting today after the close. Not a big deal. Off the top of my head, something like Rocket Lab, I would personally do puts in my opinion. Dell, I would actually buy calls. SoundHound's reporting earnings. You could jump in calls if you want, in my opinion. Marathon reporting. They've been holding Bitcoin, which has been down. In my opinion, I would do Mara puts. Opco Health, OPK, you may take a shot with calls. I don't know. I remember someone used to pitch that, actually, back in the day. It was like, it's like stable. I don't know if it swings too much. I haven't looked at it in years. Intuit, in my opinion, I would go puts, actually. NTAP, I mean, they probably will beat on demand. I just don't know what the valuation is. Looking for 1.69 billion. So if the market cap on NTAP is like 100 billion or more, I would buy puts. MP Materials, I would actually buy calls, in my opinion. Monster Beverage, I would buy puts. Rocket Company, I would buy puts, in my opinion. Ambarella, Amba Semiconductor Company, I would buy calls, in my opinion, on Amba. AMBA. But calls. Quickly. 6 minutes, quickly. 6 minutes. 6 minutes. So I'm beginning to feel like a rap god. 6 minutes. Alright, it's too many names. It's just way too many names. We don't have enough time. What about tomorrow morning? We got the 4 U's. U. Energy Fuels reporting. Only 27 mil, though. I don't know if it's worth playing. Endeavor Silver Corporation. Shout out to our boy NeoQuant, who brought that to my attention. I believe EXK, EXK calls. EXK calls, in my opinion. Even GSAT as well. Global Star. Delic Holdings. DK. I would buy DK calls as well. Shout out Donkey Kong Gang. We're scrolling. Lightning round. 5 minutes. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's it. Unless I missed a bunch of names today. Sound calls. Mara. Puts. Wolf. Puts. Oh, block. XYZ. I would probably go calls, in my opinion. MP calls, monster, puts, rocket, puts. It's just my opinion. Earnings are 100% gamble. Please understand the risks involved. I said Amber. Flutter Entertainment. Again, that is what? That is FanDuel, right? FanDuel. They've been destroying DraftKings, right? So you'd have to probably go Flutter puts, in my opinion. You'd have to go Flutter puts. Honestly, probably Grinder puts as well. These apps suck. Alright, that's it. That's it. That's all I got. What's up, bud? Enjoying that Hgraf call? Hey! Awesome, Nike. Awesome. Glad it's doing well for you, brother. Open Texas Roadhouse? What are you looking at? I didn't see those. Like I said, I threw out some names. In my opinion, again, like Amber calls, maybe EXK calls. Again, that's the silver company NeoQuant was talking to us about. In my opinion, I would do calls, man. We got Soundhound again. You got 2.5 minutes. We got Soundhound. I would say calls. Mara, TerraWolf, the Bitcoin miners. I would say puts, in my opinion. Block reporting, XYZ calls, in my opinion. Monster puts. There's a bunch of names, again, posted in the earnings chat in the Discord. Again, Discord free for you guys to join. If you want an invite link, just let me know. Intel, yeah, I saw your breakup. Even my trend lines as well. It looked like, in my opinion, it was going to go up to 60. And you have, yeah, what's that, 62.04. Yeah, it's definitely above that resistance, and it's going to bounce back for sure. I agree with that. I agree with that analysis. Uh-huh. I'm actually looking for more. I'm looking for more. Looking for 66. Let's see if we extend this out. What'll this bring us to? About 60. Now, why? So you're looking for 62.04 for a 36.5% move based off of it moving that much the last time the lines crossed? Is that I'm getting. Yeah, no, 30% move for sure. That'd be beautiful. Even 55 would be what, like 20%. Even if it gets right up here, it doesn't even touch my line. If it comes up here to like the fib or something, it's $58. 13 points. $45 stock. Beautiful. That's conservative too. What a day. Oh my goodness, look at that. Holy shit. $6.47. And we said 6.5 Canadian. Absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, that's basically what you're looking for. Yeah, yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, no, I agree with that analysis, man. Good job. Nice chart, man. Nice chart. Nice analysis. And yeah, it's setting up perfectly. It's above resistance. The lines are about to cross. It's looking good. Intel looking good. Again, before last quarter, what was it, like 53 or something? 54. 54 and a half. That's why, again, if you back it out long term, right, this is why, again, you can see, look, I got the trend line right there coming down from, I don't know, years before. But you can see how we beat it down, we restructure, White House takes position. You understand? That's why that recovery is coming. Even if it gets up here and then rejects hard, right? That, in my opinion, that's coming. Um, that's a 50% move if that happens. That's a 50% move. But yeah, around that 30% move, yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. She's been good, man. She's been good. And down here, nobody wanted it, right? And I was like, yup, there's value there. There's value there. Telling you, it was like Ford, right? It was like Ford back in the day, man. They weren't gonna let it go, you know? Government steps in. Everyone, all the guys I used to call up on the phone were like, "Oh, I'm doing great. I'm recovering. My broker bought me Ford at $1." Everyone had Ford at $1. Good recovery, SMCI. Very nice. Very nice. Like I said, they could play with it all they want. The analysis is the analysis. Again, looks like I may have been a little early. Right? Shout out to Dr. Burry, though. The Big Short. I may have been early, but I'm not wrong. Now, I don't know what earnings are coming out or what you guys may have played. How about we look at Soundhound? That was a popular one. Keep an eye on Sound. Because I'm going to go quickly stretch my legs. So you watch that and I'll be right back. All right. What's going on here? What's going on here? Revenue 169. Oh, fiscal year revenue. I was like, what? Wider loss than expected. Outlook fiscal year revenue 225 to 260. It lost 14 mil. Some bitch. Only down 2% though. Not that bad actually. Alright, Mara on the up and up right now, 10%. With nothing. I got nothing here. Okay. Alright. And we have Amber 100.86 million versus estimates of 100.2 million. Lost 16 mil. That loss might be a little wider. Stock flat right now. Alright, Flutter, we're down 7% on Flutter. Adjusted EBITDA, they netted 10 mil. Loss per share, 5 cents. Revenue, 4.74 billion. They missed by 200 million. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? I said if DraftKings weak, they gotta be weak. Sees 2026 revenue 17.75 billion to 19.05 billion. And there you go. That's a big miss, my friends. FanDuel's parent misses earnings. CEO wants investors to see the bigger picture. Yeah, listen, that's what DraftKings said too. They've been beating the shit out of it. As we know, earnings are 100% a gamble, but all it takes is 1 or 2 nice winners and you're good. Yeah, I see Mara up 10%. I'm not seeing anything yet at the moment. Yep, that's true too. We know that. Yep, we could be down now and we could be up tomorrow and vice versa. Down, barely down, down about 1.5% right now. All right, MP, what did I say? Uh, strong, major financial gains, expansion, down 1%. What did I say? Oh, I said calls. Damn it. Some bitch. Some bitch. EXK, I think tomorrow morning. DK, I think it was saying like 7 p.m. XYZ calls for the win. You're killing me, bro. You're killing me. Again, you know, it's on me too because I looked at the last few minutes of the day. But you know, if you were able to tell me which calls you were taking, I definitely would have told you XYZ calls over. I don't know, almost anything else, honestly. It's all right. It's all right. It's my fault. It's my fault. Yeah, because they're cheap stocks and there's probably not a lot of options volume on it. Unbelievable. I was confident in this one too, man, and fucking looked at it with with 6 minutes left. Unbelievable, man. Look at this. This thing's gonna fucking run up 38% now. Oh, it's on me. It's on me, guys. Damn it, man. See what I mean? If I didn't wake up feeling like shit and get on here late, that's what I mean, bro. Fuck, man. Fucking had to run out. Amber flat right now. I didn't, again, I'm not on TradingView here. I'm not seeing numbers. But Mara's up 13% right now. Got Amber and Sound shares. Okay. Hold on. Let's check back with MP. Yeah, this there's too much involvement with this company. That's why it's barely down. My opinion may even be up. May even be up tomorrow morning. Record output, strong segment growth. Soundhound now up 1%. So they came in just about $1 million over the fiscal year estimate to close out the year. And we go from red to green. What else did we have? Monster puts for the win. Stock down 4%. 46 cents. They netted 450. Looking for 48. Almost 48.5 cents. Monster Beverage currently down about 4% right now after hours. Rocket. I said puts. Stock is up 8.5%. Son of a bitch. 11 cents a share. Estimates of 9 cents a share. It cleared 68 mil. Yeah, not bad. $2.7 billion cash. 2.3 billion credit. Yeah, good jump from this time last year. I don't know, I just didn't expect it. Nine, 22, 199, 28. Mm. Well, good for them. Really? That's crazy. Share repurchase? What? Huh. Shout out to the grinder. Oop. Very close. They're getting closer. I love it. I love this shit. Love it. Amber chilling at about 1.5%. Soundhound back to flat. That's tomorrow, I think. Uh. Uh. Some bitch. Not a girl. Someone bring Lacey some chicken soup. All right, Jesse. Have a good night, brother. Feel better. It's B 6:55 today. Gonna bump that up any minute. Oh, snap. What's going on, brother? How you doing? Wait, that's before the open? And that's before the open. Oh. Good day, my friend. Good day. Kalshi? Yeah, we can take a look at Kalshi. I just thought, hold on, I gotta check this earnings calendar. I could have swore those said today. What are we looking for? DK and EX? Oh yeah, EXK is like 7 a.m. Oh yeah. My bad. DK it says 6:30 in the morning. EXK it says 10 to 7. So those are in the morning. Also what GSAT I believe is in the morning. Everything else reported. Let's take one more look at Amber and Sound real quick. Like I said, usually Amber sees a little more action on earnings day. So maybe no one's interested right now. I like it though. One of the smaller cap tech companies that, you know, not everyone jumped in, I guess. Or may have jumped out, you know, so now it's quiet again. Soundhound just chilling. Hmm. I'm looking on call sheet right now. What do we got? Any earnings or anything? I don't know. I'm not seeing anything. Oh, we got Rocket Lab during the earnings call? Okay. Hop back into the membership. Oh, awesome, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, man. Means a lot. Means a lot. Happy to have you back. Hope all is well. Yeah, we got, okay, Rocket Lab earnings call. I saw a Dell earnings call as well. Yeah, no, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so I can bring most of this down. Ah, I have like 30 bucks. So check this out. Can I? There we go. Ah, look at that. So this is Rocket Lab earnings call, which apparently starts in like 20 minutes. And these are all mentions. Okay. Now, something like human may actually be mentioned for some reason. So you may have a chance to right around double your money up potentially. I don't really know like what they're into and shit. That's alright. Don't worry about it, man. I appreciate you either way. SpaceX could be a decent bet. Potential close to like 200% return if they mention SpaceX. Even lunar potentially. Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, for this Rocket Lab call, again, you can see obviously NASA, Mars, these are up here. But again, no risk, no reward. So, in my opinion, I would say maybe human, SpaceX, lunar, and potentially tariff if you're feeling lucky. If you want to spread it around, I guess. Yeah, it's alright, man. You know, it might come in an hour, might not hit till tomorrow, maybe. It's all good. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. Alright, this is what? Dell. Okay. Say dividend 3 times. Confidence is probably a good one. Confidence is probably a good one. Well, they say Windows 10. I don't know. China might be a good one. China could be a good one. And does anyone know offhand, like this McLaren, the Zoho, are these like programs of theirs or something that they might say? Do we have any insight whatsoever? But I mean, obviously, I would honestly play even these three. I would play potentially these three. China, confidence. That's what I would do. Let me see if I do it. How about that? How about I just do it myself? Extended multi-year partnership with McLaren. I jumped in McLaren. Jumping in China. I'm not even listening. I'm just taking a shot. Buy some confidence. This is live right now?
In Q4.
Oh my God.
We are operating with discipline, lower OpEx alongside meaningful double-digit revenue growth. We've made the company more agile, which is on display in this commodity environment. Bottom line, we enter FY27 with momentum, a strong backlog and pipeline, and a proven operating model. I'm excited about the road ahead and proud of our team's execution. With that, let me turn it over to David to walk through the financials and our outlook.
Thanks, Jeff. It was a record year for Dell, and as Jeff mentioned, we're very excited about what's ahead. The team executed extremely well this quarter, delivering record revenue, EPS, and cash flow, with strong returns to shareholders. Total revenue was up 39% to $33.4 billion.
I wouldn't do that.
Gross margin dollars increased 18% to $6.8 billion. Gross margin rate was slightly better than anticipated at 20.5% and reflected a mix shift to AI servers, with AI revenue up more than 4x year over year, and improved profitability in storage. Operating expenses were up 5% to $3.3 billion, primarily from variable compensation tied to outperformance. We continue to drive meaningful scale within the P&L, with OpEx down 320 bips to 9.9% of revenue. Operating income grew 32% to $3.5 billion, or 10.6% of revenue, primarily driven by higher revenue. Net income was up 36% to $2.6 billion, primarily driven by stronger operating income. And our diluted EPS increased 45% to $3.89, a record. Moving to ISG. ISG revenue was a record $19.6 billion, up 73%, marking 8 consecutive quarters of double-digit revenue growth. Before I get into the categories, we are now breaking out AI server revenue from overall server and networking line, reflecting the scale of the business and growth we expect to see going forward. AI server demand remained exceptional, with records across the board. We had $34.1 billion in orders, $9.5 billion in shipments, $9 billion in revenue, and an ending backlog of $43 billion. In traditional server, demand improved throughout the quarter, outpacing revenue with stable profitability. Traditional server and networking revenue was $5.9 billion, up 27%. Storage revenue was $4.8 billion, up 2%, with strong demand across the Dell IP portfolio. Dell IP demand outpaced market growth, and PowerStore remained a bright spot with 8 consecutive quarters of growth, 7 of which were double-digit. ISG operating income was a record $2.9 billion, up 41%, marking 7 consecutive quarters of double-digit growth. This was driven primarily by higher revenue. Operating margin was 14.8%, up 240 basis points sequentially. The sequential improvement was driven by scaling.
Oop. Oop. Is that me or them?
And strong
Yep.
storage profitability.
Yep. All right. Right when we're having network issues. This guy's probably hitting all the keywords right now, right? Well, this was fun. That's hilarious. Looking to make $5 here. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Maybe I tried reloading it.
0.4x,
Yep.
in line with our target. We returned $2.2 billion to shareholders this quarter, including repurchasing 14.9 million shares at an average price of $125 per share,
Come on, China.
and paying a dividend of approximately 0.53 cents per share. For the year, we returned $7.5 billion and repurchased roughly 54 million shares, more than double the amount of shares we repurchased in FY25. Looking ahead to FY27, we're raising our annual dividend by 20% to $2.52 per share, well above our long-term value creation framework. Additionally, the board of directors approved a $10 billion increase in our share repurchase authorization. These actions reflect our confidence in the business and our ability to generate strong cash flow in any environment. Next to guidance. Looking ahead to FY27,
Hold on. I gotta cash out.
we expect to build on a record FY26 and deliver another exceptional year. AI demand continues to accelerate, and our value proposition is resonating with customers.
That's how you make a couple of
driving
bucks.
continued wins and success. This is demonstrated by $10 billion in shipments in FY25 and 150% year-over-year growth to $25 billion in FY26, with an exiting backlog of $43 billion. For FY27, we expect $50 billion in AI revenue, about 100% growth year over year. This outlook reflects the composition of our existing backlog, customer readiness, and delivery schedules. Across the rest of the business, customers are assessing their needs and priorities in an environment where component demand is outpacing supply, which is elevating input costs and extending lead times. We have priced to offset these pressures, and our guidance incorporates a prudent view of second-half demand while navigating this dynamic environment. For full year, we expect revenue of $138 billion to $142 billion, up 23% at the midpoint of $140 billion. ISG is expected to grow in the mid-40s, driven by roughly 100% growth in AI revenue. Traditional servers and storage are expected to be up mid-single digits, with growth concentrated in traditional servers and more weighted towards the first half. CSG is expected to grow roughly 1%. Margin rate expansion remains a priority. We're maintaining pricing discipline, and our transition to Dell IP storage is accretive to margins. Excluding the impact of AI mix, our gross margin rates are up year over year. We expect operating expense dollars up low single digits, delivering significant operating leverage as we continue to invest and modernize, simplifying, standardizing, automating, and enhancing our operating model with AI. We expect ISG and CSG operating income rates to be at the lower end of our long-term framework, reflecting the rapid mix shift to AI and the near-term CSG margin dynamics we discussed earlier. Operating income is expected to grow approximately 18%. I&O is expected to be between $1.4 billion and $1.5 billion. Diluted non-GAAP earnings per share is expected to be $12.90 plus or minus 25 cents, up 25% at the midpoint. You're seeing the operating model at work with strong EPS growth driven by significant expansion of our AI business, growth and improving profitability across the rest of the portfolio, meaningful OpEx scaling, and EPS leverage from our share repurchase program. We're leveraging our strengths in a dynamic environment. For Q1, we expect revenue of $34.7 billion to $35.7 billion, up 51% at the midpoint of $35.2 billion. ISG is expected to grow over 100%, supported by $13 billion of AI server revenue, and CSG is expected to be up roughly 2%. Operating expenses are expected to be down low single digits. We expect operating income to be up roughly 60%, with sequential improvements in CSG operating income rate. We anticipate a diluted share count of roughly 664 million shares. Diluted non-GAAP earnings per share is expected to be $2.90, plus or minus 10 cents, up 87% at the midpoint. In closing, we delivered an extraordinary year with record revenue, EPS, cash flow, and capital returns. Revenue reached $113.5 billion, up 19%. EPS grew 27% to $10.30. We generated over $11 billion in cash and returned $7.5 billion to shareholders. Our focus is clear: drive durable shareholder value through consistent execution, profitable growth, and robust cash generation through any cycle or environment. I'm excited about the year ahead. We have the portfolio, operating model, discipline, and multiple levers to deliver growth that exceeds our long-term value creation framework. Thank you to the team for their outstanding work, and thank you all for your time. And now I'll turn back to Paul to begin Q&A.
Q&A.
David, let's get to Q&A. In order to ensure we get to as many of you as possible, please ask one concise question. Operator, let's go to the first question.
We'll take our first question from Tim Long with Barclays.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll try to be concise. It did want to just follow up on the AI servers. Obviously, pretty huge order number there, really good performance. Just curious if you could kind of provide us a little color. Clearly, given the demand backdrop, it seems like you're not really seeing any, memory price impacts on that business. But I am curious, as the business scales continually, it seems like you're maintaining that mid-single digit operating margin, which is excellent. But as we see scale and all the diversification you're talking about, maybe you could just provide a little color on other opportunities, either on the margin front or pull through of other business as that business reaches, a much broader, more diversified customer base. Thank you.
Yeah, Tim, I'll take the question.
The hell did that guy
let's start
just
with, We
ask?
had an extraordinary quarter taking $34 billion worth of orders. And I think
That's an
equally
analyst, by the
important,
way.
and we tried to call this out.
I didn't even
The
really understand what he was
five-quarter
asking.
pipeline grew as well. We didn't drain it. We actually grew it. And we grew it across all customer types, CSPs, sovereigns, neoclouds as we call CSPs, and enterprise. Enterprise in particular, I'd call out in Q4 demand is very strong. We now have over 4,000 customers. We saw our enterprise AI business grow significantly quarter over quarter, and very encouraging. And we're seeing AI deployed across many use cases in enterprise.
Went 1 for
So
3
the
so far.
backdrop of demand continues to be strong. And you called it out. We tried to call it out as well. We operated throughout the quarter and over the course of the year in that mid-single digit operating income. With what we see in front of us, there's no reason to change that. That is our guidance of where we can operate this business, and we're going to continue to grow it. It's exciting
Hey,
to say
Walma,
that
how
we
you
can
doing,
grow it
brother?
twice
Hope you're having a good day.
what it was this year. We grew orders 6 times over the previous year.
Honestly, RD, you
And,
should
we're
try it,
excited
bro.
about the
You should try it.
prospects
Should put like
of
$2-3
growth.
bucks on all the
And
no's.
probably a backdrop from a technology perspective, as we see inference ramp, Inference is driving more tokens. Tokens drive more
Oh yeah,
compute
we're listening to
capacity
calls
and
while we're betting
intensity,
on them as well.
and ultimately that is
God bless
good
America.
for the revenue stream of the company.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll take our next question from Mark Newman with Bernstein.
Thank you much for taking the question. Great numbers, very impressive numbers on AI servers. I wonder if you could talk about the profitability of AI servers, given the huge numbers you're posting.
We're only listening to the two calls where there's action, baby.
Any change in directionally versus previous
Looking
quarter,
for that action.
and going forward that we may anticipate, given the huge upside on the top line? And similarly, I guess we'll get to this later in the call, but a little bit more explanation.
Looking for China. We're looking for McLaren.
Rising memory prices are impacting profitability.
Come on, baby. Give me at least one of them.
CSG and traditional servers.
Who doesn't talk about China? Come on.
So 2 questions. So the first one, I'll reemphasize what we just talked about. We maintained throughout the quarter and the guidance that David just talked about that we can operate AI at the velocity we're seeing in the mid-single digits. We have a significant technology transition in front of us. We see our ability to work our way through that and maintain mid-single digits. We clearly have a lot of backlog to clear with $43 billion in backlog. That backlog will ship at mid-single digits. So hopefully those are 3 data points of backlog, future demand, and technology transition that are in our guide that we can maintain.
I don't know. I saw it up maybe because of the
about.
restricted units and stuff,
When
but
we look at the
I
other
didn't see
2
any numbers.
businesses, traditional servers and CSG that you called out, I think we are operating at a high level of proficiency of changing our price as our input costs are rapidly changing. We began to change price, most notably in servers in mid-December, December the 10th to be specific, and we saw our margins stabilize with higher input costs coming our way. CSG, we were deliberate in delaying moving price because we leaned into a share position. We began that in October. We gained momentum in October, November, and December. You saw that in the share results. Our business grew 18% in a market that grew 10%. We took 100 basis points of share. We chose not to take our foot off the accelerator. We saw a change in the composition of the business in December in particular, with a higher bid mix of large deals, as well as acquisition pricing of new customers. We grew our customer base in CSG, and then we made a price change on January the 6th. When we made a price change on January the 6th, our business normalized, margins stabilized, and they're where they need to be so we can operate within the profitability framework that we've committed to. Hope that was clear enough.
Great. Thanks for the clarity. Really appreciate that.
And our next question comes from Louis Misosha from Daiwa.
Hey, thanks for taking my question, and great numbers, guys. Congratulations. If you look at traditional servers, obviously you're growing exceptionally well in the AI ones. Some of our checks suggested faster growth in that area. So I guess I'm just trying to understand, why numbers not higher for that, more into the solid double-digit range. And are you only seeing inference deployed on AI servers and not yet as much on traditional servers? Thank you.
Louis, let me try to break that down, and I'll ask for David's help on sort of the forward guide. In the quarter, I think we were very outspoken about demand outpaced supply, and traditional servers grew double digits. And we saw that across all use cases in small business, medium business, large multinationals, across all geographies. We saw the continuation of the consolidation that we've talked about and modernization that we've talked about in traditional data centers, where you get incredible efficiency upgrading old technology. For example, our 14Gs converted to a 17G, converts at 6-to-1 to 7-to-1. So you're getting incredible efficiencies in power, space, and cooling, and that continued throughout the quarter, and we're projecting that to continue
is it really?
fiscal 27. Additionally, we are seeing AI workloads on x86 pick up. I think that is significant. And we saw that in enterprises. A phrase that we use inside the company is AI forward. So the most advanced enterprises that are really adapting AI are moving quickly. And we saw them use that across a large number of use cases, whether that be software development, scientific computing, whether that be some of the financial traders that are using very sophisticated algorithms. We're seeing that deployed broadly as well as in some inference use cases. I'll let David take the guide.
Yeah, so to build on that, Jeff, like you said, demand far outweighs supply in relation to the Q4 results. Q1 guide, a strong reflection. We see that momentum continuing at strong double-digit growth in Q1. We have moderated that slightly as we go into the back half of the year. There's a lot of dynamics out there as we watch the supply-demand dynamics. Part of that will be us out there looking for more supply. But if this demand continues, obviously there is the potential for growth. But you're going to see in Q1, we're guiding to a particularly strong quarter similar to Q4.
Thanks, Lou.
And our next question comes from Amit Daryanani with Evercore.
Yep. Thanks for taking my question. Clearly, you folks did not get the memo that you're supposed to miss numbers, by the way, when memory prices go up. But it's good to see these results. And I'm hoping you folks can talk about, as we shift to Rubin, could you just contrast how you think the Rubin cycle plays out in 27 versus the Blackwell cycle? And really hoping you can touch on, A, do you think operating margins will be much more smoother through Rubin, or will it have the same cadence that we saw with Blackwell? And then B, do you think the revenue lumpiness could be less severe as you have a much more diversified customer base, perhaps? So I'd love to just contrast those things. And then, David, perhaps I missed this, free cash flow expectations for fiscal 27 would be appreciated as well. Thank you.
Sure, Amit. On Vera Rubin, look, we're excited about the technology that's in front of us. We have a significant technology trend.
Hold on, I gotta see something here. Yep, because I didn't play any Rocket Lab. Gotta get in some Rocket Lab. Well,
we believe we can operate in the mid-single digits with the backlog at hand, with the new orders that we'll take on over the course of the year, which will include Vera Rubin. And that's our outlook and guidance and what we've implied in the numbers that David has given. And I think it is a smoother transition. We've learned a lot. We're more enabled, more skilled. We've invested in more engineering capability. Our forward deployed engineers, again, are working with customers right now on advanced designs. And I like what we're doing. And I expect it to ship in the second half of the year because we know Vera Rubin is in production.
And to touch on cash, but obviously we're coming off the back of a very strong FY26, $4.7 billion of cash flow from operations. That totaled up to $11.2 billion for the full year. And it allowed us to maintain our commitments to our shareholders, right, to return over 80% of our adjusted free cash flow back, repurchasing over 54 million shares in the year. And while we don't guide to cash, look, what I can say is we expect another really strong cash quarter or cash year ahead. Our net income to adjusted free cash flow will be at or slightly ahead of our commitment in our long-term value creation framework. And that consistency and ability to reward the shareholders will be strong again. You can see that with our dividend commitment today, 20% growth in our dividend per share. That's the fourth year in a row of double-digit increase in our dividend per share.
3 times right there.
With our execution on the share buyback program means we should have a very strong and stable working capital year ahead.
All right. Thanks, Tom.
Our next question comes from Ben Reitzes with Melius Research.
Hey, thanks a lot. Nice execution here, guys. I'll echo that. My question is on storage. It sounds like, it's turning a little bit. You beat the street by a little bit, 2%, and then you said, I believe that it'll grow in the mid-singles for the year, and it looks like it may outgrow servers in the back half of the year. So can you just talk about what's really going on with storage, your highest margin business? Is it really turning? Is it going to be a contributor to mix in the upcoming year that allows you to keep gross margins pretty flat for the year in the tough component environment? Thanks a lot.
Sure, Ben. Look, we're excited about our storage business. Again, we're reporting that on an orders basis, our Dell IP portfolio grew double digits. That's the entire portfolio. PowerMax, PowerStore, PowerScale, ObjectScale, and our data domain platforms all grew double-digit demand. Our all-flash grew double-digit demand. It grew in all regions, and we acquired new customers. PowerStore grew its 8th consecutive quarter, 7 of those, the last 7 double-digit. Half of those new customers that we're winning are new to PowerStore, and nearly 30% are new to Dell buying storage. We saw tremendous demand for our unstructured products as AI inference and AI continues to grow. Our Dell IP portfolio is now a greater percentage of the mix year over year. We expect it to grow FY27 over 26. It will be a greater percentage of mix next year than this year. That's part of the profit contribution that David has outlined in our guidance. And we're entering an era, in my humble opinion, where architecture matters. So where we have the leading data rate reduction 5-to-1 with our PowerStore product, we're going to increase customers' effective storage capacity. We're the leader there. If you take our data protection product, where we have up to 75-to-1 compression and dedupe, we are going to help customers through this memory crisis, shortage, whatever you want to call it, with advanced architectures that require fewer servers and fewer drives to back up customers' information. That architecture difference, we believe, is fuel that will continue to serve our Dell IP portfolio well in FY27.
I would also add there, Ben, I think you asked about the contribution and the margin that we see going forward. Well, we see it today, right? The results from Q4 illustrate that in relation to the upping performance of the ISG P&L, which was tremendous. As we look into the guidance, particularly in the back half of the year, we talk about mid-single digit between traditional server and storage, maybe a smidgen more on the traditional server side, but growth nonetheless. So hope that helps.
Thanks, Ben.
Okay, thanks, guys.
And our next question comes from Eric Woodring with Morgan Stanley.
Well, Morgan.
Hey guys, thank you for taking my question. And really impressive guide. And Jeff or David, I guess the question is, can you maybe just help us understand what kind of memory price inflation you're assuming in your 2027 outlook and fiscal 27 outlook, excuse me. And since you're talking about margin rates improving year over year, maybe just help us also understand what you're doing different this cycle versus past cycles to protect your profitability. Thank you very much.
We're listening.
Yeah, a few questions in there. I think, if you go line by line in terms of the business, so we talk CSG in relation to guidance. Our current assessment of the market is double digit, probably in around that -11, -12% range. As we look at the year ahead, probably more acute in the second half. So obviously we believe our guide, which is 1% growth in revenue for the year ahead, is a prudent guide to start with, aligned with a commitment to manage and maintain our margin rates within that portfolio. So you can see the difference between the units and the revenue there. We do and will take share, just like we did in Q4. But we'll obviously learn as we go to the price increases have been there. Costs will continue to go up to a certain degree. We'll make quick and decisive decisions and execute. Jeff outlined earlier the ability and the execution of the team, particularly on the server side, in relation to Q4. We're already seeing the signs of that for Q1. So all the actions we discussed around time validity of quotes, moving at speed, increasing list prices, moving to discount off list pricing, limiting to little or no promotions, all of those actions are strong operational execution levers we've got to work the business as we kind of move forward into the guidance.
I mean, Eric, you asked about memory assumptions. And obviously, our price is proprietary. I'm not going to share our specific percentages, but look at the spot market. I mean, the spot market for a gigabit of DRAM over the last 6 months is up nearly 5.5 times at $2.39 a gigabit. If you're to look at NAND, the cost is 20 cents a gigabyte. That's up nearly 4x over the last 6 months. The industry analysts have Q2 up over Q1 in a range of 20 to 50%. They have Q3 5 to 15%, Q4 5 to 10%. Those are estimates. Those are probably in ballparks where things are. So we haven't changed anything. We continue to work with our long-term partners. We've had LTAs in place. We've had capacity agreements in place. We know how to budgetary price. I mean, David's team has our best estimate of cost for Q2, Q3, and Q4 and how we're pricing deals today. We're working with our memory partners to be as flexible and as agile as possible. We are working through things of how do we minimize our complexity, how do we improve our mix, how do we sell what's coming, how do we improve our designs to take whatever parts that are available. And then to answer really, to maybe put the bow around this, the pricing actions. Look, we became very proficient during COVID. And all of the best practices that we learned during COVID, as I mentioned in the last call, we put in place, and we put in place faster. We changed the entire pricing of our server business on December the 10th in a couple of days. We had tens of thousands of open quotes in the PC business and changed them all on January the 6th. This notion of we recover our cost in two-thirds of it in 90 days, we moved that quickly. That's what we learned in COVID. That's what we put in place here. So we made list price changes across the board. We've changed in our vernacular, our internal mechanisms around smart price and margin floors all changed instantaneously. We're moving to discount off list price. We're compressing discounting. Our quotes are valid for the shortest period of time they've ever been. And we're reducing promotions and all sorts of special pricing going forward. That's what we've done. It's been in place. As I mentioned with one of the previous questions, we saw our server business stabilize with the higher input costs. You saw that in the performance of the business in ISG, which was extraordinary. And PCs, we purposely delayed implementing that price move to stay in the hunt to take share and to drive growth, which will serve us for the long run. And then when we made the change on January the 6th, it wasn't 90 days later. It was that day we stabilized margins. I hope that helped.
Thanks, Eric.
And we'll take our next question from Krish Sankar with TD Cowen.
Yeah, hi, thanks for taking my question and congrats on the amazing results. Jeff, I had a question on enterprise AI adoption. You kind of said that it's very strong in your server business. Clearly, agentic AI, long horizon agents, all of them have implications across your server, Dell AI factory, and your storage business. I'm just wondering, is there a way to break down your AI server orders between enterprise, neoclouds, and sovereign? And when do you expect enterprise AI adoption to spill over to your storage segment and probably start a new storage cycle?
Well, of course, there's a way to parse it. I won't do this on the call, but we absolutely keep track of the health and growth of those three parts, our neoclouds, sovereigns, and enterprise. We try to give you a sense of the enterprise adoption with the number of customers, which is now over 4,000. We gave, I think, some breadcrumbs, if you will, around the buyer base group. It was a record quarter in enterprise revenue in Q4. We're seeing usage models expand. I take a look at our own company, an example that I would give, 2 years ago, we deployed coding assistance and it used some GPU capacity. Mid last year, we started deploying agents to write the actual software with basically specifications from our software developers and architects. And what we saw was an incredible need for more compute power. The amount of tokens that is required to do that well is significant. And that's just one use case in one company. And what we believe is we're seeing that broadly in the leading companies who have deployed AI and seeing the tremendous benefit and potential of this technology, that we're going to see AI in enterprise continue to ramp. We'll continue to give you signals of our customer expansion, the revenue going forward. I'd also just make sure that I'm very clear, the enterprise portion of our 5-quarter pipeline grew and actually was the fastest growing portion of the 5-quarter pipeline. I hope that helped put some context around it.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Krish.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
And we'll take our next question with Wamsi Mohan with Bank of America.
Yes, thank you so much. Jeff, maybe you can talk a little bit about what you're seeing from a purchasing behavior standpoint as you're implementing these price increases. It sounds like, you deliberately delayed your CSG price increases to take share. Obviously indicates that that is elastic in that sense. From a server perspective, you did implement and you've had some time now to look at sort of what the reaction from customers has been. I'm kind of curious to see if you've either seen material elasticity both on CSG and ISG side. If you could maybe put some bookmarks around that, and also did you see any pull forward behavior, given that the expectation is that you shorten sort of these windows of quote validity, you're talking about continued sort of price escalation from a component standpoint. Are customers worried about supply, and is that creating any change in terms of pull forward across your portfolio? And quickly, if I could, for David, the inventory stepped up a fair amount. I'm just kind of wondering if you could break that down for us a little bit on the composition of those things. Thank you.
How about, David, you take the last one first because it sounds easier. I have a multifaceted question to answer.
Yeah, sure. I think, look, if you look at our cash conversion cycle, minus 32 days, that's actually flat quarter on quarter, and actually improvement of a day year on year. So if you think building on the expansion of our AI business and shipments that we've done to maintain our cash conversion cycle in that position shows the diligence that we have from a working capital perspective. We have guided to $13 billion in Q1 of AI shipments. That results in reality in February and March, we're shipping billions of dollars of gear. And obviously we're positioning inventory to do that. So it's purely a function of the size and scale and growth we're seeing in the business that we've got.
Okay, Wamsi, I'm going to take a run at all the parts of that question. So how are customers doing, reacting? I mean, clearly early on, there was a wide range of emotions as it wasn't completely understood. And there's a dynamic that I think it's important for me to communicate, a different reaction in PCs versus infrastructure. So I'm going to talk initially about infrastructure, then I'll pivot to PCs. And infrastructure, after the sticker shock, and our customers began to understand the gravity of the situation, the conversations quickly turned to access the supply. It was not
right,
literally
you too, brother. Have a good night. Sleep
a
well.
light switch,
See you
but
tomorrow.
it was in pretty quick order after the emotions of price increases. It was, oh, this is real. And as you know, over the course of the quarter, the understanding of this situation became better understood. Customers began to see that, and the largest customers in the world, the most sophisticated customers in the world, began to move aggressively to protect their infrastructure build-outs. And we saw that over the course of the quarter in AI and in traditional servers and in storage. PCs was a little different because you had inflated inventory positions.
Yeah, we had a hell of a day, buddy.
So
happy
the
to have you.
cost
Welcome.
did not
Welcome to the party.
that
We got
inventory, which is
refreshments,
another
party
reason why
hats.
we stayed in price position for growth. And when we began to see it in PCs was in large bids, where they would be fulfilled over the course of the year, course over the first half, and what have you. Customers began to see the reality that this was going to be tight, costs were going to go up. Depending on when you wanted product and delivery, there was an associated cost with it. And then when you started having conversations, what's this going to cost me in the first half versus today, and you give an answer, I don't know, it certainly heightens a buyer's awareness and understanding the cost today is likely better than the price it will be tomorrow, the next day, and so on. So that clearly has driven some amount of pull ahead. I don't know how to quantify that. What we do know is IT budgets are generally fixed at the beginning of the year. So this pull-in is going to
No one's talking about
obviously drain
China.
those IT budgets to some degree.
Why can't he
That's sort
just
of what
randomly
we put
mention the
into
Dell
our
Pro
guide,
Max for me?
our best understanding of that, and why you saw some of the numbers around our PC business and traditional server business. But clearly, technology has to be replaced. If budgets aren't sufficient this year, that just means replacement cycles will be elongated and extended. And I think the result over the next couple of years is we'll see product bought early, but we'll also see the replacement of some technology extend over time. I hope that answered the multi-parted question.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Wally.
And our next question comes from Samik Chatterjee with JP Morgan.
Hi, thanks for taking my question and congrats on the outlook as well. Jeff, maybe just want to get sort of any more color that you can share on the AI order backlog of $43 billion. How does it break down between
Any of you want to
Blackwell and where
jump
Rubin
on
and
Kalshi and make an
of
account?
when some of that backlog ships based on the backlog mix? And you're now guiding to $50 billion of revenue on that front. How should we think about capacity? You're doubling sort of revenue, but to the extent that demand is higher, how should we think about your ability to add capacity over time? Thank you.
So in the $43 billion backlog, Samik, it is predominantly, overwhelmingly Grace Blackwell. There is no Vera Rubin in the backlog. There is Vera Rubin in the 5-quarter pipeline. The largest percentage of our 5-quarter pipeline is a combination of Grace Blackwell and Blackwell, where we're seeing a rise in x86 Blackwell in the 5-quarter pipeline, driven primarily by enterprise deployment, air being the number one consideration. The second consideration that's driving that demand in the 5-quarter pipeline tends to be around some of the scientific work and some of the, as I mentioned in one of the earlier questions, some of the financial trading models and algorithms, the high-frequency traders, and using some of the x86 air-cooled solutions to meet their AI needs. So I think that's sort of the composition of both the backlog and the ability to convert that 5-quarter pipeline. That is clearly our job, is to take that 5-quarter pipeline and convert the potential into POs. The corresponding next part of that is we'll go find parts to match the POs. The $50 billion guidance that we gave is the alignment of what we believe at this point in time, 4 weeks into the fiscal year, of our best understanding of our customers' deployments and build out of buildings and power and infrastructure, the availability of DRAM and E1 drives and E3 drives. Our ability to deliver that yields the $50 billion number that David gave. But leading the operational part of the organization, we're out looking for more parts. Our job is to, again, those orders get converted to be able to fulfill our customers' needs and to do that in a timely fashion. That's what we're working on.
Good. Thank you.
Thanks,
of course.
And we'll go to our next question from Aaron Rakers with Wells Fargo.
Yeah, thanks for taking the question. Also, my congrats on the quarter. I guess one just housekeeping thing. When I look at the slide deck and you talk about 9.5 billion of AI shipments, you're now disclosing an AI revenue number that's a little bit different, right? 8.95 versus 9.5. Can you help me understand what that difference is, number one? And then number two, on the traditional server side, I'm just curious, Jeff, with all of the pricing stuff going on, it sounds like a very healthy demand backdrop. How do I take the context of mid-single-digit growth and maybe separate that between what that underpins in terms of unit growth versus what I would assume to be a pretty healthy
The
ASP
keyboard.
uplift environment through the course of this year?
Yeah. So look, the first piece of that in relation to shipments versus revenue, normally in any given quarter, they'll be close to the same number. It's simply in transit. So as we ship out $9.5 billion, some of that obviously would have been happening time-wise right at the end of January. So literally just in transit, it will show up, days later from a P&L perspective. So just normal run the business there in relation to that piece.
On traditional servers outlook, reconciling unit growth of the industry, TRU expansion, we clearly saw TRU expansion in Q4. Customers are continuing to migrate towards our 16 and 17G server and buying them with a lot of DRAM and a lot of storage. That's part of the consolidation play, replacing 5-to-1 if it's a 16G, 7-to-1 if it's a 17G, and we'll continue to see that behavior of buying servers with more CPU capability, more memory, more storage. Our best estimate in demand for units next year, or I guess the year we're in, in FY27, calendar 26, is units are clearly down while TRUs are up. To reconcile the difference of that spread of prices increasing, I think what we tried to outlay in our guidance, and David can chime in here, is the uncertainty. We're being prudent in our planning, in our guidance to you, because of the uncertainty associated with the second half. We try to put that in our best reflection in our guidance, and that's how you can reconcile between what we talked about in Q4, that demand was out ahead of supply, double-digit growth, TRU expansion, clearly seeing that into Q1. But as we go into the second half of the year, we're trying to describe that uncertainty.
And again, just to dovetail on that, again, it's linked to the articulations. If we enter the year, we have sufficient supply to support and meet the guide that we've laid out. Obviously, demand is far outstripping supply right now. If that continues, like Jeff operationally said, he'll be out hunting for more parts to try and find that. But right now, I think it's a good guide. We see this trend, double-digit growth for Q1, and then we'll take care of the rest of the year as we go.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you.
And we'll take our next question from Asiya Merchant with Citi.
Great. Thank you for squeezing me in here. If I could just, if you could provide any incremental color on the attach rate that you're seeing as you're shipping out these AI servers. Are you seeing a better attach rate perhaps than what you have, and any other further color on that, on what else we can attach to those AI servers that you're shipping? Thank you.
Well, clearly the attach items for us around an AI server, I think, lie in three distinct groups. Storage, and given the enterprise momentum, we're seeing more storage with enterprise customers. Networking, our networking business continues to grow. And the third bucket would be around all of the types of services. Installation, deployment services, break-fix services, which are proven to be a huge source of differentiation for us in the marketplace. Our ability to deploy and install these very complex customers is unmatched in the marketplace today. Our uptimes are the best in the industry, and then our ability to maintain them with Dell-badged employees on site, taking care of any challenge, any miscue, again, is a differentiated capability that we have in the marketplace. So those are the three areas that we focus on and attach. We're seeing continued growth and acceptance of that, and we're optimistic that will continue into FY27.
Thanks, Asiya. And we'll do one more question before we have Jeff close the call.
Last question.
We'll now take our final question from David Vogt with UBS.
Thanks, Paul, for squeezing me in. Jeff, just a quick question on the structural share gains in PCs. Is it sort of the premise here that your ability to dynamically adjust price and steer demand based on your supply chain availability and your expertise relative to maybe some of the smaller competitors puts you in a position to structurally have a better sort of CSG backdrop in fiscal 27, calendar 26, and more likely than not in fiscal 28 as we think about where you're positioned? Is that really where you're going to see share gains? I'm just trying to get a sense for how you're going to outgrow a market that's going to be down double digits. I get the pricing umbrella that's going to happen, but just want to get a better sense for where the gains are going to come from.
David, I couldn't have said it better myself. If you look at the last industry-wide shortage, Dell excelled and took share across the board, most notably in its PC business. Our long-term relationships, supply agreements with our partners, we believe position us to take share in all of our businesses, and in particularly PCs. Again, which is, again, a reinforcing point why we didn't back off on the pricing position and the posture that we had during the quarter. We believe we are entering and changed the trajectory of the business. We had lost share for 3 years. We exited the year with tremendous momentum. You saw it in the Q4 results, 14% revenue growth. IDC number was 18% unit growth for Q4, calendar Q4 to be specific. That momentum is important to us. We grew customers, and we're going to continue to focus on driving and winning in that business. And we think there is a structural share gain opportunity for us, certainly over the next couple of years, as our supply chain team has positioned us quite well. I believe we can do that in servers, and I believe we can do that in storage as well.
Perfect. I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
All right, Jeff, go right ahead.
Sure. We closed FY26, a defining year for the company with record results and strong execution, and we are entering FY27 with clear momentum. We have tremendous AI traction entering the year with $43 billion in AI backlog. The supply environment is tight as we've ever seen, and input costs are moving higher. Our priorities are straightforward.
You should have bet no across the board.
Secure supply. Next, price to protect our margin rates. You've seen this in ISG. CSG will follow with improvements beginning in Q1 and continuing through the year. In Q4, our gross margin rate came in slightly better than anticipated. Excluding AI mix, we are guiding FY27 gross margin rate up on a year-over-year basis. The operating model we've executed for the past 4 decades allows us to move fast and adjust as demand evolves, with a broad portfolio and several levers at our disposal. Our FY27 guide reflects that, 23% revenue growth at the midpoint and 25% EPS growth, driven by the expansion of our AI business, growth and improving profitability across the rest of the portfolio, meaningful OpEx scaling, and EPS leverage from our share repurchase program. We are positioned for another record year. Thanks for your time today.
This concludes today's conference call. We appreciate your participation. You may now disconnect at this time.
Boo, you suck. Got that nice hold music, I like. Rocket Lab. Guess Rocket Lab's had a bunch of shit already. NASA, Momentum, Mars, Human. I said human, right? I said human. Where is, what, I can't listen to this call? Kind of nonsense. Look at PayPal, by the way. Boo! You suck. Apparently, you can't listen to this call. Got the Rocket Lab earnings. I guess we're just going to sit here and wait. Waiting. Wow, we're just waiting. Just sitting here waiting in silence. Looking for lunar, SpaceX, tariff. And of course human, which hit already. Beep beep. Referral link in the chat. We both get $25. Use the referral link. I don't even really like promoting this shit, but it is fun, I will admit. I will admit. This definitely gets you right in the gambling itch, you know? Bro, when I clicked on invite, it didn't show me. Like, when I click on invite, like Killian, it's showing me his email. It's showing me my other buddy who never did it. It's not showing me you. Which means, because I know you did it, what, like the next couple of days or something like that. So perhaps, like, the link expired. But it's alright. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Unless you got to do 25 at one shot, I'm not sure. It's alright. It's alright. Some of these stocks are holding up. Soundhound. Yeah, chilling around $9. Trying to hold some green. Amber down 11%. Outstanding. Yeah, maybe. It's all good. Don't even sweat it, man. I appreciate it either way. Have a good night, though. Sleep well. Talk to you tomorrow. Alright, one more herbal refreshment while we hang out with this Rocket Lab call. That's it. That's it. Only one more. If you guys just joined, again, I hate pushing this because I know everyone else pushes it, but if you're interested in some of these little prediction trades, there is a Kalshi referral link right there in the chat, which I believe gives each of us like 20 bucks. If you want to sign up, if you don't have one. Again, I'm using Kalshi. I'm here in the States. I know if you're like coming in from Europe, I think you guys could use Polymarket or whatever, but just a little something extra to keep the action going. And we're watching PayPal here after hours. It looks like it's topping out. It looks like it wants to pop higher. I think it goes to about 46.5 after hours. But overall, today was all about Hgraf, baby. It's a Hgraf party. It's a Hgraf party. We want the funk. Gotta have that funk. We need the funk. Gotta have that funk. Duolingo down 20. Yeah, I saw it going across the tape when we were listening to the Dell earnings call. I saw it down like 19-20%. Yeah, had some big swings. Forget about that. Did you see XYZ, bro? Block. Again, unfortunately, it was at the last minute. Had a rough day today. I was running around, came on late. XYZ calls. I said right at the last minute, freaking stock pops 30%. Telling you, PayPal's ready to go higher. I'm telling you. Don't believe me, just watch. Gold on my chain. Gold on my ring. Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Gold all in my watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Perfect ascending triangle. Hgraf, we said 6.5 Canadian. Guess what? Stock basically hit 6.5 Canadian. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Come on, Rocket Lab. Come on here. Give me one of these buzzwords. Trying to make a few bucks here. I'd like to eat meat this week, you know? Oh, that one hurts. Even tightening up now with a triangle. It's about to pop even higher. It's going to above 70, this one. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. It's alright, don't worry. Next week, I'll give you my word. Next week, I'll give you guys some good earnings plays. I'll take care of you. Don't worry about it. You don't even worry about it. Oh, what'd I say? Breaking up. Is the sky. It's alright. Can of corn. Can of corn and I'll be fine. Hold me now. Don't hold my heart. Hmm. I wish I could hear this earnings call. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Ba-ba-dum, dun, dun, dun. "99 red balloons floating by up in the sky." How come there are only red ones? Portfolio, huh? We're talking about a $50 portfolio here. Are you crazy? Do you know who you're dealing with? Do you know who you're dealing with? Some of these plays were just random when I first made. I was like, oh yeah, some of these, some of that. You don't want to talk about SpaceX, huh? Eh? You're a space company. You're not saying the word lunar. Space company, not saying lunar. Okay. Said everything else though, right? Say Mars. You say Mars, but you don't mention lunar. Alright. Alright. Like I said, at least I got human right. You gotta take the wins where you can get them. I am down $5 right now. This is unacceptable. Man. It's like watching paint dry. Everything's going down. Ugh. 6 o'clock already. I need food. Uh, uh, we got some volume coming in. Just say something. For crying out loud. Here we go. Big money, big money. Big money, big money. Yes, I personally own a little bit of Hgraf. Yeah. Yep, yep, yep. Oh, I just cracked my back. Yeah, we gotta have a party, man. We gotta have a party, man. Your mansion or mine? What do you think? Oh, man. And that's why, again, I hate to cry about it, but I just gotta remind people. You know, if I was a scumbag and charged every month like everyone else did, I would have built up 10, 20 grand. Could have put that in Hydrograph. Be worth $500,000 right now. No, I did not go all in. I have some of that, and I bought myself some MBOT shares as well. And unfortunately, right now, as the money's trickling in, most of this, unfortunately, is used for kind of like expenses and helping out around the house and stuff. So I can't really take every dollar and invest, even though I obviously should have, but I can't think like that. I'm down about tree fitty. This is unacceptable. No, it's bad. I mean, again, it depends how long you want to hold it. That's what it comes down to. You know, like will it dip afterwards and then could it climb back up? Yes. It really depends on how long you want to hold it. Because they technically beat earnings. What'd they say? They were looking for like 1.2 billion. They brought in like 1.5 or something. So it was technically a good quarter. If they didn't say reverse split, the stock would have popped. But it is what it is. We can only control the controllables. Yeah, like I said, honestly, if you're planning to hold like for the next like 1, 2, 4 years or whatever, and you want to see this Hulu growth and stuff, because again, it technically was a good quarter, better than expectations. So what I would say, in my opinion, just my opinion, I would personally wait for the split. I mean, it could even dip much more, but I'd wait for the split, and then I'd wait for like a 10% drop maybe from adjusted price level, and then I would buy more actually. That's just me though. That's just me. My mouth is getting tired sitting here slurring my words and shit. Down $4. So, and it open up my eyes. Yeah, a lot of people were pretty upset, man. Boo! Boo! Spreads are popping and dropping. No one's saying anything. Ah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's my latke. Latke. Yep, that's a good one. That is a good one. Yeah, honestly, me neither. I just know the character from Man on the Moon, Jim Carrey. Sure, why not? Go for it. Somehow that guy out on his island won years ago, but yeah, give it a shot. Go ahead. Yeah, that guy in the files, bro, he won. Go look it up. Must be nice. Must be nice. Like I said, it's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. Come on, I'm gonna say his name. I'm gonna get permabanned over here or some shit. Say his name. Nicky. Say Nicky. Say his fucking name. You and I not in the club. Yeah, you had a good time over there? All right. So I heard, you know. I guess the stories are true, you know. Sounds like a good time. Living it up. Not giving a fuck. Living life in the fast lane. Bro, what are these people not doing? They're a space company. What are they talking about? What else could they be talking about? Ain't no party like an island party. And in case you're wondering how I know that, it's because I'm an island boy trying to make it. Here we go. Here we go. Looking for some action here. Oh, baby. Honestly, I'm telling you, man, you see the rise in Hgraf. I think everyone just saw it trending, found my video, and was like, oh, I gotta buy this. I think that's why it's staying up. And I'm telling you, let them watch. Let them watch. I'm telling you. You can potentially have almost every company across the board could be hitting up Hgraf. That is absolutely possible. Right now, I'm betting that they're going to say Lunar, SpaceX, tariff. Here we go. Big money, big money, big money. Yeah, like I said again, I have, there's a referral link up there in the chat. So if you guys want, I think you only have to put in like $25 and we each get $25. So if you guys want to have some fun, as you can see, you know, I buy like 10 contracts or something that's like, you know, 20 cents. So I'm only betting a couple of bucks at a time, but obviously if you guys have more, you can bet more, but it's just for fun. It's just for shits and giggles, baby, yeah. Yeah, man, that's why I'm telling everybody, bro. You can bet on shit that like 5-10 cents each. And for each one that works out, now each contract's worth $1 each. So you can see like 1,000% return. Bro, we made a 400% return a couple of weeks ago because McDonald's said the word revenue on an earnings call, bro. You want to talk about a layup? You want to talk about a layup of a bet? McDonald's betting that they say the word revenue. We had a bunch of us in here. We bought the contracts for like 20 cents each, bro. It was mad low odds. Then they said it, boom, you sell them all for $1 each. Just made 400%. Telling you, bro. Telling you, bro. Yeah, hold on, wait. Hold on one sec. There you go. There's a fresh link right there. Yeah, we each get 25. Yeah, see, earned, pending. I mean, that's what Killian did. I was in here with Killian and Deli Bob. We were in here one day after hours, and we were just talking about this. And then they were like, oh, send a referral link. And I put one in the chat. Killian threw in some money. We each got like 20 bucks. And yeah, man, I think all of us put like 20. I think we all bought like 100 contracts on that McDonald's play for like $21. And then we sold it for 100. Oh, SpaceX. Let's go, baby! Dave Portnoy. Nah. I don't know what that guy's doing. That always makes me laugh, too. I'm not even upset about the whole Barstool Company thing. What makes me laugh is he's like some little loudmouth guy from Boston. And he's like driving around New York, like judging pizza, giving out ratings. Like, that's just laughable to me. I find that funny. I mean, I respect the hustle and stuff, but some little loudmouth Boston guy is over here rating pizza and shit. That's just funny to me. That's like me going down to Texas rating brisket and shit. You're like, you know what I'm saying? Like, stay in your lane, guy, you know? Stay in your lane. We know what the good pizzas are. We didn't need your fucking app. Makes me laugh. He said, I'm down for whatever, but fuck Portnoy, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, right? At least I'd be authentic. People would be like, all right, this guy, he probably knows what he's talking about. If it's a good slice, it's a good slice. Some guy said F you and threw change at him. Yeah, it's about 54 cents. Fuck yeah, man. If there were no cameras, he would have been on it, bro. He would have been on it. I mean, I never really, thought about him or paid attention to him, but that pizza thing just made me laugh my ass off. Yeah, Carlos, we're working, baby. Got to be in it to win it. Let's go. Let's go, Tariff. Up, Tariff, gaining some buys here. Yeah, the Dell earnings call apparently was on YouTube, and it was available up here on the page. Apparently, no one gives a shit about Rocket Lab's earnings call, so we're kind of just waiting and seeing. Yeah, we were talking the other night about the spark up. That's it. Spark them if you got them. Yeah, I'm gonna have to roll up again soon. Yeah, the Trump speech, like I said, yeah, we had the State of the Union the other night. Somebody, I think it was RD, somebody was in here and he bet on no. And he ended up making, whatever it was, like 200% or something. He bought them for like 30 cents each. And Trump said it. He was actually saying a lot of buzzwords, Trump. So, Trump speeches might be a good way to make a couple of bucks. Top 3 Italians of all time. Oof, Madonna. How about Leonardo da Vinci? How about that guy? Da Vinci's got to be up there. How about Augustus? How about Augustus Caesar? Never ate alone. Shared his wealth with his people. Watch The Sopranos. They talk about it. Then I don't know. Maybe I'd have to think about the third one. Even Augustus Caesar, maybe. I don't know. I'd have to take it back. I don't know. Obviously, Da Vinci for sure, though, 100%. 100%. That really can't even be debated. He's got to be on that list. That's a good question, though. Top 3 Italian. That's funny. I never really thought about it. Top 3 Italians. And let's not get ahead of ourselves. Maybe top 5. I don't know about top 3, you know? Top 5. I'll put myself top 5. Here we go. Big money, big money, big money. Down only 250. Gaining some traction. And I'm a rockin' man. Look at me. Burning out his fuse out here alone. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Yep. Come on, Kryptonite. Yeah, I don't know. It's not considered gambling. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Gotta love those loopholes. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Yeah, man. What do you mean? What are you talking about gambling, bro? What are you talking about? This is financial planning. Hey, Big Murray. How we doing? Yeah, we had quite a day in here. Had a party. Snacks. Refreshments. Had the little kazoos everyone was blowing. Shout out to Dave Ramsey. All right, I don't know what's going on. Are they even on a call? No, not particularly. I know who he is, but like I said, I don't watch other finance people. Got the best burgers around, that guy. Oh, that's it. Call's over. That's it. Can I get 10 cents? Oh, no. 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 No, I said. No. No. Come on, people are still buying. They're not paying attention. Buy my contracts. Buy the contracts. Damn. Man, this shit sucks. Only got two right. Only got two right. Terrible. Look at this, huh? We got college basketball. Look at this. Beautiful. Oh, look at that. Who's gonna win season 4? I don't know. I don't watch the show. But I could bet on this guy and potentially make myself a 2,400% return. There you go. You want to play a mention? What's Brett Baer going to say during his show? I have no idea. I don't even watch him. Program begins at 6. Oh, we're live? We're live right now. We're live right now. Holy shit. He said half the list already. Nah, I don't like this one. I don't like this one. Unless you want to play Mamdani. Get a little Mamdani going. I don't know how long the show is. You know, it might end in 60 seconds. So, I might buy that for no reason. Gotta be smart. Gotta be smart. There you go. Look at that. Place a bet on the Senate. Whatever you want. Whatever itch you got, they can scratch. There you go. Jamaica playing the Bahamas. Couldn't even bet on that if I wanted to. What we got here? Basketball starting at 7. 7:30. Oh my goodness. They're giving Brooklyn no chance, huh? Might have to take some of that action. Might have to take some of that action. College basketball, I got burned last night, man. Bet on the CPI. Hey. Hey. There you go. You could bet on the Tennessee Democratic governor nominee. You're making me crazy, man. There's just so much funny shit on this site that you actually could bet on. It's hilarious, bro. It's like betting that we're gonna go to Mars by 2030 and shit. It's wild. Let's get some politics here. Oh my god, they got their own Trump section. Will U.S. confirm aliens exist before 2027? Donald Trump out as president? Trump's approval rating tomorrow. Ah. Yep. Stocks by the numbers section. It's my boy right there. See, the problem is the month is about to end in a day or two, so can't really take any of these monthly bets. Hmm. No. On my page, I think it'll just show your email. I think it just shows your email, which I guess technically is personal info. I mean, if you want, I'll, drag the tab off to the other monitor and check if that's what you're asking, if that's what you're concerned about. And we should also see it pop up here in my cache. Which UFC events will Trump attend? Oof. Well, they got D-Wave and Ion Q on the list. Look at that. That's it. That's the whole list. That's the list you giving me, huh? Why is this so high? Why is that the highest one? I mean, oh, man. I don't know. I don't know about any of these, honestly. It's a bad one. I'm just gonna leave the administration. Go bet on the 51st state. There you go. How exactly do you bet on Trump's dream year? Who decides that? Saying a lot of shit about aliens and UFOs, huh? Will Trump do anything today? Wow. Yeah, right? Does he just have to say it's a dream year? Because that might be actually a pretty good bet. Look at this shit. Which city's the National Guard going to? Holy crap. Bro, why are there so many political bets? And mind you, this is just the Trump tab. Will Trump balance the budget? What, like in general? Like in the next 3 years? Oh, Carlos, you're the best, brother. Yeah, not here. Please, if you can. I have Zelle, Venmo, PayPal. Hold on. What is... If there is not a budget... If there is not a budget deficit... For any of the fiscal years? Really? Oh, this guy's going down the rabbit hole. I respect it. I'm going for it. I have, 3 years. What do you think? 100? Nah, it's too many. That's too many. Make 10, 20 bucks? There you go. 20 bucks. The budget gets balanced. I get 20 bucks. Look at that, huh? Yeah, awesome, man. Thank you. Thank you. Anytime, man. Anytime. Like I said, I enjoy doing it. So, you know, they say if you like what you do, you never work a day in your life. So, you know, I'm having a good time. And, everyone's doing well also. So, that's good. It's a win-win. I can't look at any more of these. I'm going to go out of my mind here. Oh, man. It's almost 7 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock on a Thursday. This is Pro Indiana 15. I'm actually buying some of these like a true degenerate. True degenerate. Let's see what else is going on here. We got the spreads. Bet on points. None of these are big returns. What about assists? Yeah, see these. Whoops. These odds are too high. It's a little bit better. Fire truck coming. Wing, wing. Wing, wing, wing. Hasn't LaMelo Ball been doing well? Probably should look at his stats. First half winner, first half total. Yeah, nah, I don't know. Might just go straight up for it. Might just go straight up for it. $20 for 20. Aim small, miss small. What do you got here? The Brooklyn game? Yep. Oh, wait, this is... Yeah, San Antonio, Brooklyn. Haha, they almost got me. Claxton actually has a good chance, because I know I used to do the DraftKings lineups. Yeah, some of these are pretty good chances. They're high odds, though. Oh, ah. Ah, I see now. You learn something new every day. See, you change it there. Oh, yeah. Now we're playing. Now we're playing. Brooklyn, I mean, no, only 10, only 10. Only 10 on that. Should I bet on Claxton, though? Hmm. What is this MVE? What is this? Show me! What are these combos? How come I don't see any combos? Got sirens going. Yep. Beautiful. Beautiful. Mm. I'll actually take Castle for 2 threes. Small bet. Small bet. Gotta put up a shut up. Something's gotta give. Steals? Eh. 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 Let's go back to Indiana, actually, because now I understand how to do this. Alright, so they're looking for at least 6. I'll give LaMelo a shot. Small bet. Aim small, miss small. Mm-hmm. Hmm. 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 Yeah. Just a couple of bets. But yeah, it's almost 7 o'clock. So I'm gonna grab some food. But I appreciate everyone hanging out. Appreciate your time. Appreciate your support. If you want to know about these bets or whatever, come in Discord. Again, Discord free for you guys to join if you'd like. Oh, yeah. Good day, though. Hgraf party. Dubs all around. And let's look for an even better day tomorrow, hopefully. Love you guys. Have a good night. Tomorrow's Friday, and we'll get to it.